Welcome to Celebrating Act 2. Celebrating Act 2 is the user manual for the second half of your life.
It's great to be back with all of you and one of our favorite people, the brain whisperer, Steve Campbell, and of course,
Hello.
my partner, John Coleman.
Thanks, Art. Hey, Steve, good to see you.
Hello. Good to see you again. Always good to see you. It's always a joy.
Um, I was talking with some friends recently about, in particular, children's sports teams. There's still some people who, to avoid hurting the self-esteem of the children,
Mhm.
they want to. Sometimes they keep score, sometimes they don't keep score. But mostly, what they do that bothers me is they want to give every kid a trophy,
Mhm.
so that there are no losers, there are only winners.
Yeah.
And I have mixed feelings about that. I think at a certain age,
Sure.
very, very young,
Sure.
winning and losing isn't important. It's learn to play the game.
Mhm.
But there quickly comes a time when, if it's a game and it's designed to have winners and losers,
And losers. Yeah.
you have to learn to accept that. And
Yeah.
there are good things about sports
Oh, yeah.
and competition
Yeah.
and winning and losing.
Yeah.
I mean, we learn from our losses, don't we?
Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
here's my question for you is self-esteem seems to me something that's very important for all
Mhm.
human beings.
Mhm.
And yet it also seems to me that it can be misused. You can have too much of it, or misplaced
Absolutely.
self-esteem,
Yeah.
maybe would be a
Yeah.
better way to put it.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Let me start with an observation that's really interesting. The Tokyo Olympics were just completed a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Most of the athletes lost.
Good point.
Only a few won. That's the nature of athletics. Most of us lose. So what do you do when you've been spending your life for this event and you lose? That's where self-esteem comes in. So let's look at some observations about self-esteem. Self-esteem is simply how you see yourself. It's very much connected to your self-talk and your self-images. And your self-images really come from your self-talk. So here's some interesting observations about all that. Number one, our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. What does that mean? What does that mean, Steve? Well, let me share with you a very, very famous study that was done by Dr. Stephen Danish, a psychologist from Virginia Commonwealth University. He studied lottery winners, and he got his doctorate doing this. And he noticed a trend among lottery winners who were impoverished. Do you know what they would do when they won all this money? They'd lose it. A person won $5 million in 2 years, and now he lives in a trailer. Another person won $60 million, and she's on food stamps. Another person used her collateral for a loan which she could not repay. Another person opened his business with $1 million and declared bankruptcy 5 years later. Why did they lose the money? Because their self-images were one of being impoverished. And a person who is impoverished doesn't have money. And there is this real switch there. And the brain couldn't handle it. So they took away and they lost the money. Let's go back. Our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. In fact, we can take that a step further. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. Let me say that again. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. So let me share with you a story of my wife, Mary. For the first 10 years of our marriage, she smoked. And when our children were born, she would go in the backyard in the corner and smoke. She would sit down at a chair and smoke with her Diet Pepsi. Because And she would say every January 1st, this is the year, this is the year, this is the year I'm going to quit smoking and quit smoking. And it would work for a week, sometimes for a month, and then she'd go back to smoking. Why couldn't she quit? Here's the reason. Because her self-image, one of them said, you are a smoker. And she had had that self-image for 35 years. And her brain would say, well, if you're a smoker, why are you not smoking? And in a week, she would come back and pick up the cigarettes. Then one summer, she flew back to Michigan to watch her father die of emphysema, which is one of the most horrible ways to die. And I picked her up at the airport in San Francisco. She looked at me and she said, you are looking at a non-smoker. And she hasn't smoked since. What did she do? She made a decision. She replaced her self-talk. Notice I didn't say change. I never use the word change when I'm talking about the brain. Why? Because the brain hates the word change. The brain doesn't want you to change. The brain wants to keep you right where you're at, because change always involves something different. It always involves something new. It always involves something risky. It always involves something maybe unsafe. And your brain's job is to keep you risk-free. So when you start using the word change, the brain's going to say, no, 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 don't change, don't change it. So what Mary did is she said, I'm replacing the self-image I have as a smoker with one as a non-smoker. And why is that risky in a way? Because the old self-image is still there. It's up there somewhere, entangled way in the back of her mind. And she could bring that self-image forward anytime she wanted to, but every single time she chooses not to, her brain rewires that self-image so it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. That was 25 years ago. She hasn't smoked since. If I bought her a pack of cigarettes, she would look at me with the strangest look on her face. Why in the world did you do that? I am a non-smoker. Okay? So let's talk about then where our self-images come from. They come from our self-talk. And those self-images determine how we feel about ourselves, which is our self-esteem. So let me give you an example. I loved to draw dinosaurs when I was a little boy, and I have 3 sisters, and one day I spent a Saturday drawing a T-Rex. Took it to my sister Shirley, who's the oldest. She's the expert on drawing. She had her drawings on the refrigerator of our house. And I said, look, 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 look. And she had her friends with us, and she didn't want to be bugged by her little brother. So she looked at the picture and she said, oh, Steve, that's really stupid. You can't draw. Shirley gave me an opinion, which I then recorded right up here. I can't draw, Shirley says. I did the same thing for Sally. Sally said the same thing. I put another image up here. I can't draw. Then I said, well, I'm going to do this for Mom, except I'm not only going to draw one, I'm going to draw a stegosaurus right on my wall, which I did with crayons, paints, plaster, the whole thing. Ran down to the kitchen, come see, come see, come see. She opened the door. Oh, Stephen, what have you done? You can't draw. What did she mean on the wall? What did I hear? I can't draw. Now, here's the dangerous part. When Mom said I can't draw, and Sally and Shirley, the brain began connecting those 3 opinions. And it created a pattern. And from that pattern came a self-image. I can't draw. And I've been saying that to myself for 74 years. Over and over and over and over and over. Now, this is really important to understand. If I had a desire to draw, I could go to the community college, take a class. I probably wouldn't be great, but I could learn how to draw. I have no desire for that. My desire is to become the best teacher I could possibly become. That's where my self-esteem is. If I decided that drawing is really important, something that I'm not good at, where would my self-esteem go? So what I do is I look for things that I'm naturally good at, which is teaching. Now, here's where it can get dangerous. Let me look at the work of Dr. Maxwell Maltz. Dr. Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon educated at Columbia University, and he specialized in female facial reconstruction. Women who had been burned, who had been hurt in accidents. When he began his practice back in 1954, he noticed a pattern. He would do the surgery. It was obviously successful. The wraps would come off. Of course, there was still scarring there, but it was obviously successful. And more often than not, the patient would look at the mirror and scream out, "See, I told you it wouldn't work," even though it did. And it took 3 to 6 months for the patient to finally see how successful the surgery really was. Why could not the patient see it in the beginning? Because her image, her self-esteem, had been wired up here all of her life, or since the accident. And it took a number of months for the patient to finally acknowledge, yes, it was successful. I don't have the scarring. I don't have the big bulbous nose. I do look different. That's exciting, and it's scary. What's the scary part? The scary part is this: that your brain believes everything you tell it, without question, no arguments. So, talk about myself. I have always been bald. I was in this horrible accident when I was 19 years old, and the hair all came off. I have not been able to acknowledge that for years and years and years. In fact, I had a comb over, and I saw myself with a lot of hair until I met Mary, my wife. And after being married for about a couple months, she said to me, "You know what? I could save you some money by giving you a haircut." And I said, "Great." We put the chair in the backyard, sat me down, put a towel over my shoulders, and she took the comb over and she just went whap and cut it off. And I screamed. I said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "I can never imagine you with hair. You've never had hair. You've always been bald, and that's why I love you." And what happened after that is when I looked myself in the mirror, I said, "You know what? I'm really good looking without hair. That's all right." And my self-esteem came up. Why? Because my self-esteem is connected to my self-images. Now here's the exciting part. Our self-images are coming from what we are saying to ourselves about ourselves. So I said to myself, until I was 25, I'm not good looking because I'm bald. But we can see what Mary did. And she switched it. And I began saying to myself, you know what? I am good looking. And what did my brain say? Oh, okay. Wait a minute, is it true? Did you know your brain doesn't ever ask that question? According to the work of Dr. V.S. Ramachandran out of UC San Diego, he wrote a wonderful book called Phantoms in the Brain. And he showed that we say to ourselves things that are absolutely untrue, but we believe them because the brain does that. And not necessarily have to be true. So I began saying I'm really good looking, bald or not, And that's my self-esteem rose up, and that's how I see myself. So what can we do with that? What can we do with it? Number one, realize that how you see yourself are coming from what you are saying to yourself. Let me say that again. Dear readers, dear listeners, how you see yourself, your self-images, are coming from what you are saying to yourself in the past, no, right now. Why is that so exciting? Because you can replace that. You can replace it. Let me share with you one of my favorite stories to close. And John and Archie, you've heard this story so many times, but it is so effective. I taught math at the University of San Francisco. And after the first day of class one semester, a student came to my office, sat down. She said, Mr. Campbell, I'm really glad you're my professor because I'm a C student in math. I said, what do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. I'm a C student. I said, well, let me work with you. And I did. She got an A in the first midterm. I gave her the test, and she absolutely freaked out. She said, and then she said, oh, Mr. Campbell, this is a mistake. What do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. You must have made a mistake. And I said, I didn't, Sue. This is a genuine A. Then she looked at the test herself, and then her self-esteem just rose, and she said, do you know what this means? And I said, of course I do, Sue, but I want you to tell me, what does this mean? Mr. Campbell, this means that when I flunk my next test, I can still maintain my C. I said, Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, oh, I can't. Why? Where was her self-esteem? Where was her self-image? I am a C student. So I sat down with her. I said, Sue, answer me this. What would you have done if you had flunked this first test? Do you know what she said? She said, easy. I would have studied like crazy to get an A on the next test. Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, I can't. Why? I'm a C student. I've always been this way. I am bald. This is how I was raised. This is the way I think. This is where I get stuck. Or, dear listener, do you know when your old life ended? It ended 1 second ago. So when did your new life begin? 1 second ago. Now do the math. 60 seconds per minute, 60 minutes per hour, 24 hours per day. In one 24-hour period, you have 86,400 new opportunities for a new life every single day. If you live to be 90, those opportunities raise to 2,883,202. All you have to do is take them. It's your choice. Wow.
I love it. I love it. It's your choice. That's great.
So, the next time you're feeling down or you can't do something, talk to your brain. It'll listen.
That's right. That's right.
And
He not only listens, but he decides. He's a captive audience. He not only listens to you, but he believes you. And when you have high self-esteem, like you two guys, and we do also, he does everything to raise that self-esteem.
Right, and also,
what else can I do to have higher self-esteem?
I would suggest to people, if you want to know more about how to raise your self-esteem or change your habits, go to the playlist on YouTube, The Brain Whisperer, and you can put in a search word for affirmations. And by by telling your brain what you want it to believe in the right way, you'll have a head start on convincing this thoughtless brain.
That's right.
Was that an oxymoron? Your thoughtless, not an original thought brain, that you are whatever you want yourself to be.
That's right.
For more on Celebrating Act Two, visit our webpage, follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us.
You will hear a man asking for information about language classes over the phone. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning, Globetrotters Language School. How may I help you?
Yes, I was wondering if you could give me some information on language classes.
Certainly. What language are you interested in studying?
Well, that's the thing. I'm interested in learning Japanese, but I'd also like to improve my Chinese. I don't know which to study right now.
Maybe the class schedule will help you decide. Did you want to study in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
I work in the evenings, so mornings or afternoons would be best.
Then that decides it for you. We offer an advanced Chinese class, but it meets on Wednesday and Friday evenings.
I couldn't do that. When do the Japanese classes meet?
We have beginning Japanese on Tuesday and Thursday mornings. No, wait, that's intermediate Japanese. Which level do you want? Advanced?
No, beginning, definitely. I know some Chinese and some French, but I'm a real beginner with Japanese.
Well then, are you free Monday, Wednesday and Friday mornings? That's when the beginning Japanese classes meet. We also have intermediate French on Friday mornings.
I could do those mornings, but I'd prefer afternoon. Don't you have anything in the afternoon?
We have intermediate Japanese class on Wednesday and Friday afternoons.
I really need a beginner class, so I'll take the morning Japanese class. Could you give me an idea of the cost? What would be the tuition for the Japanese class?
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
The beginning level classes meet 3 times a week, so they cost a bit more than the other levels. For a 6-week course, the cost would be $575.
That's a bit steep.
If it's hard for you to pay that much, you could sign up for just 4 weeks of class and pay $410, or you could pay for 1 week at a time at $125 a week.
That comes out to be much more expensive once you add up all the weeks.
That's true. You can save money by registering for 2 levels together. For example, pay for your beginning and intermediate classes now, and you'll get 12 weeks of class for just $1,050.
That's not a bad deal, but I can't come up with that much money at once. I'll just pay for the 6-week course.
Fine. That class begins next week, so you need to register right away.
Can't I register over the phone?
No, I'm sorry. We don't take phone registrations. What you'll need to do is visit the school office today or tomorrow. Bring a cheque for the tuition and a photo ID.
Is that all?
Yes, we'll give you a registration form to complete, or you can save time by visiting our website and downloading the form there. Complete it and bring it into the office with your cheque.
Great. I'll stop by this afternoon.
Fine. When you arrive, ask for Mr. Lindsay. He's in charge of student registration.
I'm sorry, Mr. Who?
Mr. Lindsay, spelled Lindsay.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you in class.
That is the end of part 1.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 2.
Part 2.
You will hear a lecture on bird migration.
First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 17. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 17.
My lecture this evening will focus on the migration of birds. That is, how birds fly in big groups from different parts of the world at certain times of the year. In the first part of the lecture, I'll talk about the reasons why birds migrate, when they migrate, and which parts of the world they migrate from and to. To start with, why do birds migrate? Well, there are two main reasons. One, they migrate to look for food, and two, they travel to parts of the world that are more suitable for breeding. In fact, these reasons are closely linked. As you can imagine, when birds are breeding, they need extra food to feed their young. And in the spring, in the cooler climates of Europe, there is a lot of food for birds, especially insects. So, generally, during the spring, birds fly up from the tropics, which are hot, to cooler climates in the north. They stay there for a few months to bring up their young. And then, when the weather in the north gets cold in the winter, they fly back to warmer climates in the south. Now I'd like to talk a bit about how global warming has affected bird migration. One of the effects of global warming has been to make the spring come earlier in the northern regions of the world. When spring comes early, the plants and insects that birds need to bring up their young are also available earlier. Research has shown that quite a lot of birds have started to migrate earlier because of higher temperatures. But unfortunately for some species, this hasn't been early enough. What I'm saying is that birds that are travelling a long way for breeding may arrive too late to find enough food to feed their young, and their population drops drastically. Scientists are currently researching more about this.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 18 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 18 to 20.
Now, I thought I'd finish by just briefly describing a few different patterns of migration. Migration varies with the type of bird and the area they come from. For example, one kind of migration is partial migration. This means that some birds in a particular species will migrate and others won't. It usually depends on how the weather affects food supplies, and very often happens in the tropics. In another migratory pattern, A bird called an Arctic tern migrates the whole length of the globe, from the North Pole to the south. The Arctic tern travels between 12 and 15,000 kilometres each way when it migrates in a complete circle around the world. It's quite amazing. Right, and lastly, I'd like to mention a pattern which isn't nearly as spectacular, but is very interesting. And this is the way many birds migrate across North America. In this pattern, the birds fly northwards in the west of the country and then back south again in the east. So, if you imagine it, they're actually migrating in a circular pattern, like the hands of a clock, not in a straight line, as we might think.
That is the end of part 2.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 3.
Part 3.
You will hear a conversation between a potential student at Clevedon College and a representative in the Information Centre.
First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Good morning, Clevedon College. Can I help you?
Yes, please. I'd like some information about evening courses this term.
OK. Which subjects are you interested in?
2 subjects, actually. Languages and computer skills.
OK. What languages are you interested in?
Actually, I'm not sure. I have to fulfill a language requirement for school, but I haven't really decided what language to study. How many language courses do you run each week?
We have 2 every night, from Monday to Friday.
I'm sorry, but would you mind going through the schedule for me? Which language on which days?
Not at all. Monday to Wednesday are modern European languages, French, Spanish, German, Dutch and Polish. Thursday night, we offer ancient languages, Latin and ancient Greek. And on Friday, we finish off with the Asian languages of Hindi and Bengali.
Monday to Wednesday, modern European. Thursday, ancient languages. And Friday, Asian. Can you spell Bengali, please?
Yes, it's B-E-N-G-A-L-I.
Great. And how much do the courses cost?
Each course costs £25 per person per term. But if you want to do 2 language courses, there's a 10% discount, but only if you book for 2 terms.
So the 10% discount is if I take 2 courses for 2 terms. Is that right?
Right.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
Would it be possible for me to book my classes right now?
No, sorry, the computer's down. What I suggest you do is call extension 9694. Oh, no, sorry, 6994. after 6 p.m. and ask for Mrs. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Did you say 6994 after 6 p.m.?
Yes, 6994. Please ask for Mrs. Johnson.
Thanks. Okay. Can we now look at the computer skill courses?
Yes, of course. Computer classes always start in the first week of the month, and the way it works is we offer one computer class for the entire month. So you might spend 1 month on databases, another month on Excel, and so on. Classes meet once a week on Tuesday afternoons. The next class starts February 1st.
Okay, so for the upcoming month, February?
February is going to be databases. There are 24 places still free on that course, and it costs £40 per person.
February, databases, 24 openings, £40. Okay.
Excel starts in March, and that's nearly full. Only 4 slots left. It's £45.
Okay, Excel. March. Only 4 slots left. Got it.
April is Outlook. That is never as popular since it costs so much more, but you get a free CD. It is £60 for the month, and there are 19 places left.
Okay, April. Outlook, £60. Is that it?
No. On the 3rd of June, we start a Word course. We have 16 vacancies for that at the moment. It's also expensive at £55.
3rd of June, Word, 16 vacancies, £55. Now, do I call the same number to book a place in one of these classes?
No, you have to call Mary Jones, I think. Yes, Mary Jones. Extension 9623.
Sorry, could you repeat that number?
Yes, extension 9623. Please call her before 6 p.m.
Okay, many thanks for all your help.
That is the end of part 3.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 4.
Part 4.
You will hear a lecturer in education talking about some experiments done in the USA to investigate the effects of reducing class sizes. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on pages 71 and 72. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
All over the world, there are passionate arguments going on about how educational systems can be improved. And of all the ideas for improving education, few are as simple or attractive as reducing the number of pupils per teacher. It seems like common sense. But do these ideas have any theoretical basis? Today, I want to look at the situation in the USA and at some of the research that has been done here in America on the effects of reducing class sizes. In the last couple of decades or so, there has been considerable concern in the United States over educational standards here, following revelations that the country's secondary school students perform poorly relative to many Asian and European students. In addition, statistics have shown that students in the nation's lower-income schools in the urban areas have achievement levels far below those of middle-class and upper-middle-class schools. So would reducing class sizes solve these problems? Well, we have to remember that it does have one obvious drawback. It's expensive. It requires more teachers and possibly more classrooms, equipment, and so on. On the other hand, if smaller classes really do work, the eventual economic benefits could be huge. Better education would mean that workers did their jobs more efficiently, saving the country millions of dollars. It would also mean that people were better informed about their health, bringing savings in things like medical costs and days off sick. So what reliable information do we have about the effects of reducing class sizes? There's plenty of anecdotal evidence about the effect on students' behavior, but what reliable evidence do we have for this? Let's have a look at 3 research projects that have been carried out in the USA in the last couple of decades or so. The first study I'm going to look at took place in the state of Tennessee in the late 1980s. It involved some 70 schools. In its first year, about 6,400 students were involved, and by the end of the study, 4 years later, the total number involved had grown to 12,000. What happened was that students entering kindergarten were randomly assigned to either small classes of 13 to 17 students or regular-sized classes of 22 to 26. The students remained in whatever category they had been assigned to through the 3rd grade, and then, after that, they joined a regular classroom. After the study ended in 1989, researchers conducted dozens of analyses of the data. Researchers agree that there was significant benefit for students in attending smaller classes, and it also appears that the beneficial effect was stronger for minority students. However, there's no agreement on the implications of this. We still don't know the answer to questions like how long students have to be in smaller classes to get a benefit, and how big that benefit is, for example. The second project was much larger and took place in California. Like the Tennessee study, it focused on students from kindergarten through to grade 3, but in this case, all schools throughout the state were involved. The experiment is still continuing, but results have been very inconclusive, with very little improvement noted. And the project has, in fact, also had several negative aspects. It meant an increased demand for teachers in almost all California districts. So the better-paying districts got a lot of the best teachers, including a fair number that moved over from the poorer districts. And there were a lot of other problems with the project. For example, there weren't any effective procedures for evaluation. All in all, this project stands as a model of what not to do in a major research project. A third initiative took place in the state of Wisconsin at around the same time as the California project began, and it's interesting to compare the two. The Wisconsin project was small. Class sizes were reduced in just 14 schools, but it was noteworthy because it targeted schools at which a significant proportion of the students were from poor families, compared with California's one-size-fits-all approach. Analysts have found that the results are very similar to the Tennessee project, with students making gains that are statistically significant, and that are considerably larger than those calculated for the California initiative. Now, I'd like to apply some of these ideas to the latest.
That is the end of part 4.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
to elevate your style. Classy summer outfits for 2022. I've collated my top tips to help you achieve chic and classy summer outfits for 2022. And hopefully you'll find these tips really helpful and easy to integrate into your own outfit ideas, no matter what your personal style actually is or your budget. When it comes to creating a cohesive and elevated look, high quality basics are a must, while showpieces and statement garments add pops of drama and interest. Your outfit will just fall flat if your basics aren't up to par. Here you can see that I'm wearing a pretty basic yet really timeless outfit. But because that vest top has been made from a beautiful ribbed cotton, and because those white jeans have just got the best fit, the whole outfit looks really elevated and put together. You should never underestimate the power of having great staple pieces in your own wardrobe. I always spend more time curating my basics than shopping for hero pieces. Key options I focus on would be blazers, blouses, and tailored trousers. And in winter, of course, a beautiful coat. When you own these pieces in neutral colours, in the most premium quality materials that you can afford, you'll find they will last for years and really make up the building blocks of most of your looks. Do you stop and think about fabric composition before you buy? I think a lot of us have become so aware of not only where our clothes are made, but also what they've been made from. I know that I've become slightly obsessive about checking the fabric labels, but I really want to know what is in my garment. Is it going to irritate my skin? Is it going to really last? And is it going to bobble and look awful within about 6 months' time? Choosing sustainable or premium fabrics instantly elevates your style. A cotton blouse will not only feel different from a synthetic blouse, but it will look different too. You can often tell the difference between the two fibres just from the way that they drape, and then this in turn leaves you looking more polished. I think my favourites at the moment would be organic cotton. I really love Ecovero and Econyl for swimwear. But do let me know if you've heard of any new and wonderful fabrics coming out there that are really sustainable. Don't know if you remember, but last year we talked about a new faux leather that was actually made from cactus leaves, which I thought was amazing. So if you've heard of anything new and up and coming in terms of sustainable fabrics, do let me know about that too. Now, not only is this blouse so very pretty for summer, but it's also been made from embroidered organic cotton. I went true to size with the UK 10, and I would say that the fit is perfect. I really try and focus on investing in those pieces that will stand the test of time. And this then leaves me with a really timeless wardrobe that looks elevated all year round, no matter what the current trends might be. Now, while I'm thinking about beautiful yet affordable compositions, I have a couple of lovely new pieces in from Lulu's that I really wanted to share with you all. This portion of the video has very kindly been sponsored, and as always, all selections and opinions are my own. So I knew I really wanted to be considerate about the compositions that I add in to my own wardrobe. So I actually searched Lulu's website via the fabric content that I was after. And thinking of summer, linen was where I headed first, which is where I found this beautiful set. Now, I needed a new skirt for summer, and to have something as a matching set feels really on trend, yet very elevating at the same time. On top of a really lovely blend of fabric, this set only retails at $89, so about £70, which I thought was very, very reasonable. So I've paired my new camel sandals with this look, made from leather with that very simple, elegant design. I think they polish off this outfit perfectly. Then I chose a sprinkle of colour for my wardrobe. Bit of a shock, I know. But I saw this bright blue shade, the feminine cut of this dress, and the fact that it's been made from a blend of linen, and I just had to add it to basket. I must admit, I do feel really nice in this dress. I love how it fits across the chest, and although it is more fitted, it's still got a bit of wiggle room across the hips. It's a lovely dress for my summer holidays. And last but not least, I headed for my favourite embroidery with this very pretty summer top. A unique piece made from 100% cotton that really adds a touch of my personality into my outfit idea. On my feet this time are another new pair of shoes that I chose. They get a tick for the pointed toe, double tick for being mules, and a triple tick for that soft neutral tone. So all round, I've had a wonderful first experience shopping at Lulu's, and I would highly advise that you have a browse of their collection for yourself. I've added a link in the description box below for you to take a look at the end of this video. Now this might be the most important tip on the list, to me anyway. You could be wearing the most perfectly curated summer outfit, but the look will just miss the mark if it doesn't fit you well. Now I know it's hard to find clothes tailored to your own body, especially as most of the high street stores seem to be using different measurements for their sizing. But it's so important to wear clothes that really complement and flatter your own shape. So as you can see in this first look, for example, the dress fits like a glove. It really skims over my widest area, which is my hips, but balancing out that shape is the shirt. Simply a classic boyfriend shirt that's just a little bit oversized and feels really relaxed. Now I've tied it in a knot at my waist just to give me a little bit more definition and that kind of overall hourglass shape. And then that wider shape of the shirt's shoulders gives me more width and balances me out overall. I certainly don't have a perfect body, and like most women, I have my own insecurities as well. But I've learned over the years to not get too stressed about it. These days, I just focus on my best parts. I dress for my shape and what makes me feel really nice, and I subtly divert attention away from the areas I don't really want people to focus on. Though I always champion minimalist basics, there's a time and a place for unique pieces in your wardrobe. Looking elevated works well in neutral palettes and tailored shapes, but that's not to say that a pop of colour can't be sophisticated too. Now granted, my pop of colour here is certainly on the minimal side of things, but there's no denying what a unique and I think really beautiful shirt that this is. This is actually a couple of years old now, but as I'm sure you've found yourself, when you find those truly unique pieces made from really beautiful compositions, you can imagine having them in your wardrobe forever. I think the key to nailing a look with a statement piece is to try and opt for the less is more mentality. I find that having those small but perfectly formed details is a really easy way to elevate your style. This is also something we saw at Bottega Veneta's Spring 2022 show. This look seems subtle from a glance thanks to that all-white colour. However, when you're closer up, you can really see the intricate weave details and those cutouts that take the dress from a standard summer option to something far more sophisticated and elevated. I always believe that quality is more important than quantity when it comes to creating the perfect capsule wardrobe. You've probably already noticed throughout this video, but shopping for quality items will always trump buying an awful lot of lower quality picks, and it will really pay off in your outfit ideas too. If you're switching to a sophisticated summer wardrobe, or perhaps you want to make your outfits look more expensive, fabric and material quality are essential. Let's face it, it's far cheaper to buy a whole new wardrobe from fast fashion retailers. But how long will this collection last you? And will these pieces really elevate your style? Here, for example, I'm simply wearing a cotton poplin shirt, and I've paired it with a lovely ecru midi skirt. Now this is actually a look that I shared recently on Instagram, and it's one of my favorites in summer for when I'm wanting to feel a bit more classy and chic. I really shopped around for the highest quality cotton shirt within my own budget. Something I knew would be made to last, and when styled against silk, it makes both pieces stand out for the right reasons. I spend more time thinking about each piece I want to add into my wardrobe, and then I research all these different brands before I decide which piece I'm going to go for. Being an outfit repeater is cool, and I definitely stand by this. Why would you purchase clothes and only wear them once or twice? It seems like the most ridiculous thing to me. I actually can't believe that anyone really does this, except for your wedding dress. Though I have been known to swish around the house in mine from time to time, I think it would be quite a hard look to pull off going for dinner. Each purchase for me is a love affair. Try not to let trend cycles fool you. Repeating looks is very sophisticated, especially when the outfits have been pieced together by hand. Now, when investing in your basics, make sure you really love them before committing to the purchase. If you don't feel amazing in it, it's definitely not worth your pennies. But when you do find something that ticks all of your boxes and really flatters your shape, why would you not wear that on repeat? How many pairs of shoes do you own? Be honest with that one. There was a time in my 20s when I bought more shoes than anything else. It became a bit of a thing. Thankfully, my shopping habits have stabilized somewhat over the last few years. But then I do still have that inner voice trying to convince me that it's not outrageous in the slightest to spend £500 on a pair of shoes. Thankfully, I don't act on that voice too often, otherwise I would have no money left. I do, however, believe that shoes are essential to creating a really cohesive outfit. It's great when your bag, your clothes, your hair and makeup match as one seamless aesthetic. But if you forget to add in the right shoes with that outfit, all the effort could be ruined. It's like having a reliable selection of basics. You should also have a really reliable collection of shoes to go with those outfit ideas. Here you'll have seen I have a new pair of beauties that I've just added into my collection. They're camel, of course, because I can never resist. Strappy for summer, but I think they would work all year as well, particularly for the evening. And I love the block heel, which feels more on trend for this season, and of course very typically French, which is never a bad idea. So I've styled them here with a new pair of straight leg jeans. I've added a turn-up to give it more of a cute, kind of girly vibe, but still feeling chic and put together with that pretty blouse on my top half. Shoes don't have to be simple though. One of my favourite shoe brands ever would have to be Aquazzura. Their heels are like a work of art. I absolutely love it. Incredibly out of my budget, I might add, but I do like to have a little window shop at their collection. Just look at those little bobby dazzlers. I am not usually one for bling, but I think I would make an exception for those. Maybe like have a really simple, very elegant and tonal outfit, and then just that pop of colour on your shoes. Beautiful. Do let me know what you think in the comment section below, and I'd be really interested to hear as well, what's your limit of what you would spend on a lovely pair of heels? When in doubt, stick to a tonal colour palette. But what does a tonal colour palette actually include? A one column of colour outfit does exactly what it says on the tin. And it mixes different shades and tones and textures for a soft monochrome look. We've recently seen this at various fashion houses for spring/summer 2022. And I think it's a surefire way to really elevate your style. But you don't always have to think of tonal outfits as something for the evening or something really dressed up and complicated. This theory works even with the most casual of outfits. Take this look, for example. Could I look any more cozy? But because they're both made from a really beautiful, soft and cozy cotton, they look more expensive than they actually were. And because I'm in that one column of colour, it gives the illusion of being hugely put together. Another trick I like with super casual looks like this is to just throw a blazer over the top. In this case, when we're thinking of tonal looks, I've opted for navy blue. Suddenly, I've made what is essentially a tracksuit look more elevated. And I must admit, this is definitely one of my go-to school run, in a rush, running out the door looks. It's elevated and put together without trying very hard at all. I really think tonal colour palettes add fluidity throughout the look. Instead of those stark contrasts and clashing colours, similar hues create a much softer feel, especially in browns and blues, beiges, off-whites, etc. Creating tonal outfits is easier than ever when you have a range of beautiful basics in those neutral tones. And you can slowly build up that collection of those similar tones over time as budget allows that will eventually help you achieve this really elevated style. Another vital area to invest is denim. Shopping for jeans often gets a bit of a bad rap, as lots of people don't actually like it. But you're good to go once you've found a perfect pair that really complements your figure. And there's definitely enough out there to choose from. Good denim will last for years. And I always spend more time than I would like to admit researching different jeans brands that are new to the market. My collection is often growing and rarely cold, but in my defense, I do wear them on repeat, so I'm going to forgive myself for that one. Elevated style really starts with elevated choices. I really believe that. Looking elevated isn't just about clothing. I always try and make sure that my beauty and makeup choices mimic the aesthetic that I'm going for with my outfit. Summer is a time to glow, so really try and opt for natural hair and makeup. I know it's become a bit of a trend to have these quite heavy matte bases of foundation, but I must admit I'm not really a fan. I don't have perfect skin in the slightest. I have pigmentation that just won't budge, I've got wrinkles, and of course I get the odd spot. But I do like to see my natural skin peeking through my makeup. A heavy coat of anything on my skin just makes me feel like I'm not me anymore. And when you think about how to elevate your own style, this is one area that I think can make a huge difference. Just embrace the imperfections and go with that natural summer glow. Another critical area to focus on when elevating your style for summer is your handbag. These days, bags come in all shapes, sizes, and textures, so it's easy to be tempted by the latest trend. Now, I do love trend pieces, don't get me wrong, but it is essential to own at least one neutral bag alongside these loud patterns and colors. Now, I personally focus on minimalist designs and neutral palettes when I'm handbag shopping. This ensures that the bag will match a range of different outfits that I already have in my wardrobe, allowing me to just get up and go without worrying about matching my accessories to my look. Beiges, whites, creams, subtle greys are really great colors to explore. Black, of course, is a great option if you want something that's going to match pretty much all of your different outfits. But I personally always prefer those softer tones, particularly for the summer months. Of course, these tips are a general rule of thumb, and some rules are just made to be broken. If there's one tip you should remember, however, it's to always focus on fit and fabrics in summer, but ultimately really try and listen to that inner voice. You know when you feel nice in something, so try and embrace that. All important ingredients for achieving that elusive, elevated style. I really hope you've enjoyed my styling tips on how you can elevate your style. As always, I would love to hear from you all in the comment section below. Or maybe you've come up with your own formula for the perfect classy summer outfit that you'd like to share with the other subscribers. It's always really lovely hearing from you all, so do get in touch. I often see subscribers chatting and sharing tips amongst themselves, and it's really wonderful to see what a lovely community we've created on this channel. If you like this video and you're not already, I would love you to subscribe to my channel, and I'm always grateful for a thumbs up too. I post videos once a week on a Sunday, but I'm always here and up for a chit chat, or perhaps if you need some styling tips, please do ask away. Have a wonderful week, everyone, and I shall see you.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now. By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number 1, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number 1 is identifying a niche. Step number 2, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number 1, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number 3, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number 2. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number 4, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from, but now we need some place to sell it on, and that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number 6, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number 7, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number 8 will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number 9, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question, maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big, vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over, and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers, because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model, it's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on, and this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas, and also of course our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially clothes products, for you to sell and resell, and we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on, and the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth, but those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store, and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you're a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your suppliers' websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your suppliers' websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page, and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case, I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on view details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature on eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses: an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons: set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money, and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm going to get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Car Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter. And we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags. And if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags. So it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. The supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the product's URL up here, delete this draft and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the product's images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the drafts to the product section of my store and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available. They're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them. Or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today. But I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now these aren't the only clothes dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 clothes dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping clothes suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're going to add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know. It'll give you a little warning. And from there, you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue, so most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All three are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're going to add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now, things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic. So once again, you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition, and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration, and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. We're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do though, when you're dealing with difficult people, is to first of all make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder. Not because a person has been involved in the project or around the project, or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder, and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards, and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them. And so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it, or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it. And so now you come to change it, and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, they have mortgage problems, I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues, and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere, and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration, and so you don't know who you're gonna get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process. And they know when things change, people get let go. People's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues, and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah, sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples. If you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role, doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. That's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your elicitation skills. You have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, find out, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, did they win an award last year for being, head of the, football committee or something? Were they active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? What is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. Hey, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. You know, this is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D, and then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them, and it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities, shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, you know, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, like, you know, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, you know, like, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. You know, so again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, you know, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, yeah, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it, and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm, and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because you know if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this again is very typical with clients when the client is a stakeholder, where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline, and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1, and we want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, like, we're not going to be able to work magic here. This is not a magician show. But yeah, so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company, or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers, and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting the need, and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs, and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom, and he says, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask them a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture, so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. And this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care, and they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So you will get attitude like that, and sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. I would just reschedule the session, or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and, you know, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world, right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem, and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult, they're just going to give up and be like, I don't even want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on the smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis.
So sometimes people will ask, why, let's say I give a profound meditation on the nature of self, and people are really rested in the nature of self. And that's fantastic, it's great. They feel this peace. They're starting to sort of move towards the edge of the mind begins to be transparent, and there's this sort of oceanic sense of peace that begins to infiltrate their experience. So it's anything along the lines of the resting practice, the practice of abiding as the self and sort of ignoring the thoughts that come and go, which has a distinct flavor to it from doing the work in the way of investigation, empowerment, actualization, clarification of self, right? That feels like it's more active in a way, like it engages the faculty of mind. A more active version of intelligence is being used. One of the reasons I continue to address that, at least to some extent, depending a little bit on the theme and the context of the setting or the session, is because I understand that in a lot of cases, the resting as source can and wants to authentically be empowered and accelerated, which generally is aided greatly. The pursuit of becoming the creator is created aidly also in the training of the will, which again requires the clarification of self as a foundational quality or a foundational practice. You follow me so far? So what I'm saying is that application of will, like I said earlier, requires that the foundation is clear. If the foundation, if the cement that is laid before a building is built, is not according to the blueprint specifications, the blueprint in this case being the truth, / the calling, / what is true for you, why are you here, what created you. So if the cement that is laid and the pillars that are put in place are not according to specifications, and then the rest of the building is built on top of that, and the decorations and the expensive furniture and all that, but it's not earthquake proof, then you're, in a sense, wasting your time and energy building a distorted direction towards source that is going to have hiccups later on, if you will. That's again why we always return to clarification of self, which you could simply summarize as self-honesty, self-knowledge, and acceptance. Knowledge and acceptance combined is authenticity or self-honesty. Clarification of self, that's what I mean by that. So that the foundation is clarified, it's backed up by the blueprint, and the distortions are purified. The cement is nice and even, and it is laid out according to the dimensions of the blueprint. Now, there's a solid foundation. So now when we apply the will of the adept, the will of the eager student, the will of the yogi, if you will, the will of the true spiritual aspirant who's seeking for the Creator, to become the Creator, and throughout their journey of becoming the Creator, they're looking to be of service, to apply their knowledge of the Creator to the rest of its creation. They understand this unity. They understand that teaching is learning, learning is teaching. They understand that actualization is realization, and realization is actualization. So why do we not only do the resting? Why do we return again to the more active part, the more investigative flavor? Why do we return to that? It seems like it's just mind. And in a way it is. It's true, it is mind. It uses the active faculty of intelligence applied to form, subject, object, experience. It's what is generated by that, right? Whereas if you're resting, the subject-object edginess starts to soften and soften and soften, and you feel like you become more of the Creator, which, relatively speaking, it's true, that's what's occurring. You're remembering self, and you're resting in self. If you take someone that's not very actualized, who hasn't trained their will and their concentration, and haven't applied themselves willfully with devotion and surrender and sacrifice to a goal in life, if they haven't ever learned to do that, the power with which they can rest is diminished compared to the entity who has applied themselves over and over and over again, breaking through barriers of self-nonsense. So application of will, application of will, application of contemplation, application of investigation, application of devotion, application of dedication, application of effort, application, application, application. Someone like that, whenever something comes their way, they can solve that. And they can apply that also in the ways of resting, in the way of penetrating the veil. Someone who hasn't done that, who comes from a more lethargic background, who comes from a more quote-unquote lazy background, a more scattered, random background, where there's been less application of will, there's been less dedication to a particular direction in life. There's been more sort of fluttering around, letting life kind of take you here and there, not really knowing why you have the friends that you have or why you do the job that you do. If there's no direction of will, and someone comes to teaching like restless awareness, I'm not saying it cannot cause a lot of breakthrough and it cannot go profound and take you all the way. I'm not saying that's not possible. But I am saying it's very improbable, and it is slowed down significantly from the entity who also trains to apply their will for the proper cause. A cause that's in alignment with the realization of the Creator, the awakening of the Creator to itself. Compare this to, say the goal is for a water droplet to merge in the ocean. Water droplet falls in the mountains, it merges with other droplets, it starts to generate a little bit of momentum because of the gravity, and it starts rolling downhill, and it becomes a little stream. This is you, a little stream of water, knowing that somehow where you come from is ocean. knowing that somehow, someday, what you'll return to is the full experience of being ocean, being fully merged and blended and reunified, so to speak, with ocean. That's this sense that we all have, this inevitable gravitational understanding of what draws us in. Every time we rest this awareness, it's almost like the stream stops for a bit and starts to form a little puddle, mimicking the ocean. It's like forms a little lake. If you just stay there and you never return to reapplying the will and concentrating yourself back into penetrative stream, you're not actually reaching closer to the ocean. You're having a subtle mental container. If you don't have that power to penetrate, then the resting as awareness part, unless application is completely devoted to that, then you can build concentration and application without any of the symbols of goals and challenges and relationships and all that. You could just apply it, at least hypothetically, you could just apply the will to deepen in self and get the same effects, get the same acceleration and crystallization, amass the same amount of free will in that way. You could do that too. But given the nature of our daily interactions, given the nature of the purposeful timing of our transformation here at this point, at this planet, and how many of us have a blueprint that dictates something wanting to be shared, expressed, and accelerated in others as well, wanting to be learned and realized through interaction with other selves. Given that that's the nature of many of you guys' blueprint in this incarnation, you're going to be drawn out into the worldly experience almost inevitably, repeatedly, daily, no? So since that's the case, is that the case for most of you? There's going to be some aspect, some element of applying yourself to a particular direction, a goal, an experience, a relationship, a business, a company, a project, growth, exploring creation. There's going to be some degree of fascination with that, right? And it's going to be very, very unrealistic to say that that's not going to happen anymore, and you're going to live the life of a sadhu. Total renunciation, where the entire will is now applied to meditation only, correct? It's improbable that that's true. No? Given the nature of your blueprint, and given the nature of your condition, and given the nature of your excitement and orientation, we have to teach ourselves this capacity also in action in service to others, in engagement with the illusion. That's why I clarify the nature of the illusion, so you can understand the nature of the illusion while you are bound to, at least to some degree, interact and engage with that illusion as if it is real or as if it is relevant. Does that make sense? Since that's the case, since that's something that's given, if I were to teach only resting as awareness right now, and maybe I will someday, but then maybe I'll point people back to the earlier work that I've done. But at this point, using this group as an example and the content of the retreat as it's been going back and forth during this event, just want you to understand some of the reasons why that's the case, and why that's important, and why it's not contradictory but complementary. It's because that lake, that peaceful little undisturbed lake, in order to actually become the ocean, needs to proceed in its journey towards the ocean. It can't just mimic the ocean. You want the individuation to actually dissolve into the ocean, not just to think about it as a concept of oneness and to be a peaceful individual thinking of oneness. That's different than becoming the one infinite creation and finally the one absolute, the source of the manifestation of awareness, love, light, bliss. So it's like that. We rest. We become ocean-like. We get a taste of what it's like to be the ocean, and then we merge and we blend and we gather more energy. We amass more free will. We join up with others. Our stream becomes larger, more powerful. It cuts through greater canyons. And then again, it opens up into a larger body of water. And the restfulness and the stability and the peace And being like the Creator, when we're resting as awareness, becomes larger and larger. And the sense, the feeling, if you will, or rather for lack of a better word, the flavor of resting as awareness or resting as God begins to be more potent. You can begin to sense the body of water, the amassing of spiritual power, free will, is growing. It's increasing in potency, in crystallization, in polarization, in energization. But the more you rest and the more you apply yourself and the more you surrender at the end of a journey of application and challenge and breakthrough, and then you remember, I rest, I surrender it all back to God, and the body of water grows. And the experience and the juice and the love and the bliss that you tap into, the well that you tap into when you rest after a journey of application of will, the surrender now is that much more potent. It becomes more explosive, more like a big bang of release. And the appreciation of resting increases because of the intensity of the journey having increased, the amassing of free will having increased. So now when you surrender, it's a more powerful surrender. It's a more powerful mimicking of the Creator. It's a more powerful blending with the Creator. Because you now have the capacity to take all this free will and accumulate more of the illusion of the individual self, more of your energy, and surrender all of that to the Creator and purify all of that with the Creator. That's why the stream of love and bliss increases the more you practice, the more you rest, and the more you actualize yourself as well. The more you prioritize and apply the will. This is why they're complementary. You'll have moods and modes and periods and phases where the emphasis is on studying self-realization type of work, where you just immerse yourself in that type of retreat, which is what, for example, the Sedona experiment was more focused on, more exclusively. And so you use these types of sessions and videos or courses from the Academy, and you apply that work. You apply yourself to surrender. And then there's phases where there's an excitement, an inspiration, something draws you out into an experiential, engaged mode of operating. And then you apply the will and everything you've learned to live more sourcefully, more truthfully, in a more clarified, purified state, applying yourself, purifying your intentions for the greater good of all, identifying with the greater good of all, which equals the vision. When I say become the vision, it equals become the greater good of all, become the hidden desire in the hearts of all men, all of mankind. Hidden desire combined is the greatest benefit. Again, you can either be of service or catering to people's opinions and preferences, or, very different, you can apply yourself to be of service to their greatest, highest good, which they often don't have conscious knowledge of what that is. So you'll be an enigma. Your priority is no longer the personal self. You're becoming a shepherd. You're applying your will for the greater good, the right cause, the right direction. And you're accumulating spiritual mass. You're advancing rapidly towards becoming more of the one infinite Creator. And then intermittently, you rest this awareness. You begin to bring forth that simultaneous awareness that you're actually in truth already the ocean in the form of a droplet, or in the form of a river, or in the form of a body of water, or in the form of a raging river. You will recognize the oceanness, the source, while you're applying your will in terms of actualization, or crystallization, or polarization, or energization. So the simultaneity also grows. The stream of peaceful bliss is now also experienced in terms of raging justice, or Shiva-like penetration of delusion, or devoting yourself completely to a cause. It becomes more and more the same thing, whether in action or seemingly only reflective of the sourceful nature of it. You start to feel different about what you are. You no longer feel so much you're the body, you more feel like you're a stream of liquid gold. the flavor of your very own presence, consciousness, will start to more and more take on a blissful flavor, a blissful depth. The Creator will become more present in it. The density of sentience of God, the Creator, increases in you, as you. That's what you're doing. Every time you choose devotion over slacking, anytime you choose to apply yourself, whether it is to resting or to crystallizing yourself or making a change, making a difference in the illusion. Every time you're purifying yourself, you're shedding all the false alloys out of your system. And you're harnessing the power of the Creator through the application of will. Free will is the original energy of the Creator. You're becoming more identified as the energy of the Creator and less as any of the labels or partial manifestations. If you're not clarifying the self, you can't have free will. You're just conditioned and you have preferences based on your conditioning. That's not the same as intuitively and directly being in communion with the intelligence of the Creator and being able to discern what's benevolent, what's beneficial, and what is not, and then to apply oneself to that according to one's own free will, one's own assessment, unfazed by feelings and emotions and preferences. Being able to do the right thing. In very human terms, you could say it's very similar to just fucking do the right thing, even if you completely feel like not doing it. Don't be a jackass, don't be a jerk, don't be a liar when you know it's not the right thing to do. I don't care if you're uncomfortable about telling the truth. Just tell that person the truth. Very human example of purifying the gold that you are. Maybe a situation and you're afraid to tell the truth, but you know it's the right thing to do. Devotion over fear. Application of will, crystallization, purification of self. Apply yourself to the just, to the right cause. Now on a less humanized level, it's to be devoted to seek the Creator rather than to seek more thoughts, more emotions, more pleasure, less pain, to become less biased, to become less emotionally charged about things, to have less of a predefined set of definitions and meanings given to experiences, but to be in that fresh, sourceful space of communion and intelligent resonance with the Creator, and from that free will where you're not disturbed by your own preferences and your own wants and your own unclarified, distorted foundation, which is not natural. Just because you're lazy and that's what you like to choose because it's comfortable and familiar to you, doesn't mean it's your natural self. Stop defending your impurities as simply being yourself. You must apply yourself to the purity, to the truth within. Wherever you're at is wherever you're at. And all you need to worry about is the next step for you. I'm just giving you a bigger picture overview of the spiritual evolution as it evolves on a universal level.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden. I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there's really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's yeah.
That reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex. So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conductive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they are published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with these every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are, in that sense, blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material things that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
right,
in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about, in your book, about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna. Is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habit. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage, and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed five principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life, and then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think, for better or worse, it's a big part of our life, and I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well, but also of the themes like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis, and so but through the process of dialogue, which is key to a good society, and to, I suppose, also existential health,
Mm.
To practice dialogue, and that's something super rare, I think. And
Right.
so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right, and listening. Therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right, or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion or yen, mud. Can we translate yen, mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity or is it?
No, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe, and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not you know, telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What say again? You contradicted
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making, you know, better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can, you know, lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, you know, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but you know, like alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
I have a stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation.
Alleviation, yeah.
Yeah, is because for some strange reason, you know, like grieving, you're grieving on your own. Somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wondering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, a Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately, it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, you know, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas, and so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system, and there's always the question. And it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy. That is philosophy going to challenge the the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides, because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century, to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a a certain outfit, that will be the hardest part. But I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately, we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of nice. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful, sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me, because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way, versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this, where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time. The next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time. And we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about: how to increase your bandwidth, or at minimum, preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like, if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things being consistent mainly. And it's, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name's Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right. The number one way or thing that I notice that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. It's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not going to waste that window of time. I'm going to do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not going to waste that time. I'm going to be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm going to be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to like write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like, I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. Like, for example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done, and I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that clearness of your mind when you have an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's going to get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number one, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling, and that's, let's see, yeah, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something, so like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking, so you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm gonna clean this house, but I'm gonna ignore my kids. I'm probably not gonna cook. I'm not gonna maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window, my emotional well-being, everything out the window, because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper focusing, it's like we want to be focused, we want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like, if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that, because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like, we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I gonna wear? What are the kids gonna wear? What am I gonna pack for snack? What are you gonna have for breakfast? And then, heaven forbid, something goes wrong. Like, you thought you were gonna pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you gotta make a new decision. What am I gonna make for dinner? I said I was gonna make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like, it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like, I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're gonna do in the morning, whatever. Like, really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that, for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in, because it just helps. Like, right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies, and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me, because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like, I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids, because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see, like, you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of like ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? Like, what can I do to like not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are like important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, like trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Like, once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize like being okay with like not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like, I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina.
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in a subconscious from the day we were born to the day we are here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment you made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is, what's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Other things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say I think this about me, but they just say I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything is turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. You know, all these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape. This body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that, and we forget it because of the society and the community, and the environment we actually live in. Another thing we've got about body image, what body image means is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because here I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is the taunts that they say? Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously, subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, we were one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just call fatty, come here, fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call them fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay. So yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, you know, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. Then we grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, right? Or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. The higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4, and do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned. You know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing, name calling, was Concord. It was called Concord, just and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Specky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me, you know. If I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram. Where I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. So basically you're not asking them, how do I look? do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues? They're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful. Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any, make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Or you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you and soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself. Say them out loud, like they say affirmations. Say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Yeah, take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? Spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. You know, we've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you. And you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground, and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual, what is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think, it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, like, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something? Something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay. So when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump off it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. And then being fit, of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? There was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right. if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class, and that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results, but this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. So there's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results. We're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else, it's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. What if you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we cleared the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness, and when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me, the client that's come to see. It's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be them, be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know how to work a webinar. But
hey guys, welcome back to Wisp Eating Babe ASMR. Welcome, my beautiful people. Welcome once again to my channel. Thank you so much for joining me today. As you can see in the title of the video or the thumbnail, not sure which one it is, I've decided to do a little something based on how to get rid of low self-esteem and build confidence. I get a lot of questions on how to build confidence, on how to stay confident, and how to be confident. And I read a lot on the subject, guys. And again, guys, this is not coming from me per se as me writing it, but it's coming from me as I'm reading it to you, because as someone that tries to practice self-love, self-care, self-confidence, love yourself unconditionally, perfectly imperfect, when I read this article, it really, really touched me. Like, it really said, you know what, this is a great article. So I want to read you the exercises again. Remember what it says. You don't need to do all things at once. You just have to take one step at a time. Number one, excuse me, you hear my mentality. Number one. Where's my head? Who knows? Okay, let's get serious. Number one, find the root cause of your insecurities. Factors that can affect your self-esteem differ for everyone. Your confidence might have been lowered by a series of negative events, such as losing your job, being bullied or abused, poor health, and difficult toxic relationships. In my opinion, that has a lot to do with it, starting from home. Just saying. If your confidence and self-esteem are being lowered by something beyond your control, something you can't change at all, then it's important that you find a way to learn how to make peace with your reality. The beauty of life is it gives you back what you put into it. Do not let anything put you down, especially if it's something beyond anyone's control. In my opinion right now, for example, it might be a dumb example, but it's a valid example, guys. This whole pandemic that's going on, and we've been in quarantine for so long, it's killed so many people so far, all over the world. If you think about it so hard, it freaking starts to get depressing, and you start to wonder and start to panic. Don't do that. You know why? Pray or meditate or whatever it is you believe in. But you have no control of it. You and I have no control over it. We do our part. We stay healthy. We stay safe. We stay in as much as we can. We do whatever it takes to take correct measures to avoid contamination. Our masks if we go out, our gloves, constantly washing our hands, sanitizing everything. But we have no control. I think that's a good way of putting that part into perspective. The best lives are created from the most difficult situations. You need to secure your happiness by reminding yourself that you are bigger than your situation, and don't allow it to cage you. Try not to compare yourself to others. I know it's easier said than done in this social media age, but no one posts their struggles and challenges online, and that is one thing we all have in common. How true is that, my friends? How true is that? You know, social media, and I've talked about this before. For example, bloggers. Oh my God, you see these bloggers in these beautiful houses, and you see these bloggers in like these perfect little home settings, but they don't show what really happens behind those cameras. The arguments, the disagreements, the ugliness, the beauty world. Girlfriend, we all the same under this Just listen. Think better and speak positively about yourself. When you think and say something over and over again, you start to believe it 100%. One thing I do not cleanse my mind after being exposed to negativity is meditating and listening to positive self-affirmations. And you guys know I'm a big believer in that. I made a whole video about it. These are the most helpful tools I can recommend. I can empathize how much they have helped me maintain positivity and build my self-confidence tremendously to feeling like I can take over the world. Absolutely. Because what's inside of here is extremely, extremely powerful. My love's extremely powerful. And what you put into it, what you stick into it, I'm telling you, it'll happen. If you feel and you strongly believe, it'll happen. I promise you. I practice that, and I've been practicing that for a long time. And I swear to you, there's nothing that I have not put in here that I have not been able to accomplish. And sooner than later, it happens. Whether it's at my time or not my time, it happens because it happens. What you say and do to yourself teaches others around you how to treat you too, and what you allow will continue. On a previous video I mentioned, I think it was in my Q&A, I said that to build self-confidence, how you do it is start with yourself, and don't let anyone treat you with any other respect than the way you know you deserve. So, again, what you say and do to yourself teaches others around you how to treat you too, and what you will allow to continue. So only you have control of that. You have full control of all of that, my loves. You are in full control on how you get treated. If you get mistreated, it's because you allow it. There's, again, situations where you have an argument, let's say with a loved one. It could be your parents, it could be your partner, it could be whoever. And sometimes, out of anger, we say stuff that we may not mean, you may not mean. You gotta be careful, don't confuse it. But if it's something that you know, because we know, whether we want to make ourselves blind of it is different. We know the difference. You're in control of that. Moving on, number 3, focus on your wins and accomplishments. Focusing on your accomplishments is a good way to focus on yourself and eliminate comparison. Doing this reminds you of the value and contributions you create as a person, and you should celebrate your skill set because of those have brought you far in life. Sometimes, for example, I feel that I need to do something to feel better about myself, okay? Whether it be compliment somebody or go out and serve my community, some community hours, just so I can feel better, because that helps me feel better. And sometimes people don't realize it, that it's not always about you. Sometimes giving helps you and makes you feel better about yourself and builds your confidence, believe it or not. So that's something you may want to keep in mind. It's an instant feel-good technique. Celebrate your wins no matter how small. Take some time to reflect and praise yourself. So my this helps me so much in my life. I am not perfect. I am so far from perfect, guys. I am so far from perfect. But I always try to practice what I preach. And I promise you I'm not a hypocrite for what I try to practice what I preach. For the simple fact that, I am a big believer in I receive what I put out. If I try to be a hypocrite about things, guess what? I'm only hurting myself because that's what I'm putting out there. Anyway, my beautiful people, with that being said, I really hope you enjoyed this very short video. It's probably very short for my usual videos, but it's something I really felt in my heart that I wanted to share, and I will like to continue to share because a lot of you send me messages in reference to or about or asking me, and I feel that this can help a lot of us, and I am more than happy to share what has helped me and what continues to help me on my everyday life, to building my self-esteem, to building my confidence, to building my self-love, to understanding self-love, to understanding self-care, to loving myself for who I am, and loving the process of every step of what I'm going through, as hard as it can be sometimes, because sometimes it's like, why is this happening, or why am I having to go through this, or why, but if we like just take a moment to understand that everything happens for a reason and not necessarily for a negative reason, it helps us be better. And there's a lot of things that happen that are negative. Sometimes I'm like, my gosh, why is this happening? Or me being a big believer in God, sometimes I say, Lord, why are you allowing this to happen? Not that I'm questioning him, but I'm questioning almost myself. I'm like, why is this happening? But I understand, and I try, well, I don't understand, but I try to understand and remind myself that hopefully